All right, folks, so welcome. This is Wayne Everhart from Think Tech MD. We are at the U.S. Amateurs Preliminaries. We're getting ready to get things going. We're waiting for our first match. Will be Greg Roberts versus Nick Spriggs. It's going to be a race to 7 today. We'll be doing a Masters format. If you're not familiar, it's basically a mix of 8-ball and 9-ball. The winner of the flip will choose the match, whether they will break or whether they will choose the match. If you choose 8-ball, you will play a max games, I believe, of 5 games of 8-ball, and the remaining will be a 9-ball. If you choose 9-ball, you can actually win the match because you have to play at least 8 games of 9-ball. So you could theoretically win your match in 9-ball. So a little bit of strategy with the choice. So that's a real quick description of the Masters format. So we're about ready to get going here, and enjoy. Again, my name is Wayne Everhart from Think Tech MD, and we are out here covering the U.S. Amateur Preliminaries.
Hey, Jamie, your food's up. Jamie brought your food's up.
Leg is underway. All right, so it looks like Greg Roberts is going to take the lag. So we have a little bit of a special event today as far as production. We've got big money gear being featured today. Those are our sponsors out of San Diego, California. Getting some of their gear, showing some of that today. Greg Roberts to break. Dry break. So Nick Spriggs looking at the low balls here.
Chris Jackson actually does an okay job. Dad, somewhat. But if you need to work on, he's over here.
So if you're watching the stream today, if you happen to notice if there's any issues with audio or anything like that, let us know. We'll take care of it. So I'd like to thank everybody for joining us today. We're going to have a national audience, I believe. So we'll have the APA sharing our stream on their national site. That's pretty exciting. So Nick trying to thin that 4-ball in the corner pocket. Cue ball catches that 3 and forces the scratch. Going to be ball in hand to Greg. So Greg competed in the this event last year, and I believe he made it to the finals. I have to check on that. I'm pretty sure that he didn't go to Florida. I have to check on that. But I know he was close. So the point is he can play. Greg is a skill level 7 in 8-ball. A little unforced error there, trying to squeeze that 10 ball by the 3. Pretty familiar with both of these players. Now, Nick Spriggs is a sponsored player of Think Tech MD. And Greg Roberts shoots out of the green room in Dundalk, Maryland. Pretty familiar with that location, my home location. So shout out to the folks at the green room. I'm sure they're watching today. You'll notice that all of our players are wearing face masks and coverings, adhering to the social distancing policies. So the players are competing on 9-foot Brunswick gold crown tables. Sometimes I know that the video can be a little deceiving, but these are 9-foot tables. So Greg eyeing up that 11 this side. Plays the 14 in the side. Still got to deal with that 10 ball, just down there on that short rail on the right side of the table. So kind of in a bit of a quandary on how he's going to get back down there. We'll see. Oh, that's going to be tough. So now if you're Greg, I guess you're going to maybe play safe here, maybe bump that. I believe that's 12. Maybe bump that 12 ball off the table and try to hide the cue ball behind there. Might be the safety play. See what Greg is thinking. Yeah, that's exactly it. Just bump the ball off the rail, try to cover the face of the cue. But it looks like the 12 ball has come out there a little too far. Nick has a look at the 3. Eyeing up that 5 ball. So tries to play the 5 in that bottom right-hand corner pocket. Didn't quite execute it the way he liked. So Greg to the table. Draws back down there for the 10 ball. Nicely done. Don't get behind the 4. All right. So Greg hits that with a little bit of follow. High left, gets around the 3, sets up for that 8 in that bottom left corner pocket. All right, so Greg takes the first game, 1-0 over Nick Spriggs. So if you're just joining us, my name is Wayne Everhart from ThinkTech MD. We're here today at the Revolutions Darts and Billiards in Fairfax, Virginia. We are covering the U.S. Amateurs Preliminaries, courtesy of the APA. Greg Roberts, the break. Dry break. Nick Spriggs, the incoming player. Nick setting up nicely for the 15. A good touch there. A good touch. I'll draw back a little bit, get away from that 1 ball, give himself a little bit of space. He's got that 10 in that top right corner pocket.
Oh, they are. Okay. Just took a second.
So you notice we have a ticker at the bottom of our screen today. We're going to try to keep up with the scores as they come in. We'll have spotters out there on the floor today going around and trying to give scores as quickly as we can of ongoing matches. The idea is try to give all of you viewers at home an idea of what's going on with your favorite player here today. Rattled that 9 ball. So pretty open table for Greg. So Greg just playing a safety shot here. Going to go ahead and pocket that 9 ball and try to hide the cue ball. Didn't quite hide it the way he would want. Does leave Nick an opportunity to bank this 8 ball in the bottom left corner pocket, if he so chooses. I think he's just going to play safety here. So he must have called the pocket. Oh, scratches, trying to force that 8 ball in there. So 2-0. Greg Roberts. Oh, we did not up the screen there. Update the score there. Here we go. So Nick just needs to keep his composure here, not get too upset on that scratch. It's an unforced error, but you just got to keep your mind in the game. Can't let it bother you. So Greg Roberts to break, leading 2-0 over Nick Spriggs. So Greg pockets a ball this time. Last 2 breaks, he was dry. If you're not familiar with APA rules, you do take what you make. So there is no choice. If you make make a ball on the break. If you make a solid, you have to shoot at the solid. Same with the stripes. So Greg pocketed a low ball on the break. He's looking at his options here. So I believe that was a safety play by Greg. I don't believe he was trying to pocket the 5. Maybe he was. But I think he just wanted to get that 2 ball away from the 7, give himself a little bit more room. But I'm not sure he really wanted to stick that 2 ball on that side rail. Or on the long rail. So Nick, looking at the stripes. Nicely done. Fires that stripe into the side pocket. Certainly not ideal position here.
They keep saying his name is Tommy, so I'm going to assume it's Tommy.
Okay.
2-0.
That would be 2, actually.
Okay, where do you put this?
Right here. So Tommy's up 2-0?
Oh, yeah, I didn't see it.
Yeah, because those are completed. And then there's another forfeiting for Jeff 2 minutes.
Okay. Corey Baker, yeah.
So this one's Thank you.
So Greg poked that a little bit. Wasn't very comfortable, it looked like, with the cueing. I know for me, when I'm shooting in the mornings, it's tough. It takes me a good bit of the day before I feel like I can make balls. I don't know what it is. Some people can play in the morning. It's not my forte, for sure. I know there's a lot of pool players out there that feel the same. So Greg looking at this 1 ball here.
Good to see you.
Just not comfortable yet. Just hasn't gotten in stroke. Neither one of these players feeling particularly comfortable.
I'm just gonna put the forfeit as 0 and then 7 or something. Because that'll way people know that's the score. For the completed matches, so we're good so far.
Okay, everybody's good.
Tracy match. I think it's one somewhere. They're not going to. I'm just gonna watch.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean I know the name. Sweet. That's 2-2 over there. 19. It's hard to see the balls from here because I can't tell. Obviously, there's no.
Nicely done there. Uh-oh. Got behind that 7. Most of the players you're going to see here today primarily shoot on 7-foot tables. U.S. Amateurs have a. Well, I guess I should explain that the U.S. Amateurs is taking place. The preliminary is taking place in a number of locations today, and we just happen to be at the Fairfax, Virginia location. And depending on your preference, you can find a location of whether the U.S. Ams are going to be played on the 9-foots or the 7-foots. So you can make a decision on how you want to play your U.S. Ams as far as the preliminaries go. And we happen to be playing on the 9-foot tables. That's my preference. Yeah, so I just got word that the championships in Florida are played on 9-foot tables. So if you were trying to set yourself up to go down to Florida and give yourself the best opportunity, I think you would want to play on a 9-foot table in the prelims. So Nick's struggling a little bit. Neither one of the players looking particularly comfortable at the moment. So Greg has stuck himself almost right on the rail. Not ideal. That's the result of being stuck on the rail.
Unless you want to do it.
No, go ahead. I just wanted to learn. So you got Brett's, right?
Yeah, he's up another one.
Yeah.
This one's definitely 2. This one's 3. 5. Sorry.
Oh, wow. So we are playing APA rules today, so 8-ball, that counts. So we will call that a little bit of fortune. Nick might call it some slop, but that's the way it goes sometimes. So Greg's looking at this 8-ball in the corner. You got to be careful. You don't want to scratch in the side here. Do anything foolish. All right, so Greg takes the lead 3-0. I wouldn't say either one of these folks, one of these gentlemen, has momentum at the moment as far as being comfortable with their stroke. But it's early in the day, as I mentioned. I'd like to give a shout out to Scott Wilburn and Kelly Daniel for actively going about and keeping up with the scoring, keeping our ticker up to date. If it wasn't for Scott, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to get in here with Revolution's darts and billiards. So he was able to broker that partnership and relationship. So I'm very thankful for that. So thank you, Scott, for getting us out here today. Yeah, Nick just doesn't have the speed down, just not comfortable. Today we are playing a single modified elimination. So if you lose early, you have an opportunity to get yourself back in it.
Actually, I think it's 2 double. I think it's 2 double.
I'll check on that for you. I just got word it might be true double elimination, but what I heard yesterday was single modified, but we'll find that out and let you know for sure.
Sorry, just want to make sure.
It is true double elimination, so awesome. If you happen to move over to the B side, an opportunity to get back in to the match, so to speak, into the tournament. So sorry for the misinformation. True double elimination today. Thank you, Scott. Nice shot there by Greg, freeing up the 6. Fourteen's covering the face of the 8, so you got to be a little precise on how you're going to get over there for the 8 ball. Looks like he did give himself an angle. Still, got to be precise. 14 ball makes it a little bit more challenging there. No problem. Probably more angle than he so chose. Probably a little more angle than he wanted.
That's fine because I can.
He's got the 8 ball in that top left corner pocket, but you got to be careful. Could find yourself skimming off of that high ball and going in the corner pocket. You don't want to scratch. So it was hitting with some draw, trying to take that contact. I believe that's the 13 ball. Try to take that out of the equation. And probably just threw it out of the pocket a little bit. So Nick Spriggs to the table, down 3-0. Needs to get something going. Pockets the 15, sets up. Well, kind of in a tough spot. I think he wanted to be able to get to the 9. Awful tight on the 9. He's got the 12. He might be able to play the 12 on the side. We'll see how it goes there. Yep. So play the 12. Be careful. Ay, man.
Good to see it.
So, flirting with the scratch again. Again, just not comfortable with moving the cue ball around. Just trying to stun that cue ball over for the 9. Did not pocket the 14. So it's going to leave Greg. I think Greg is going to, I think he called the bank here. I would have thought he cut it in the bottom left corner pocket there, but let's see what he's doing. No, he called the cut. Good shot. So Greg takes the lead 4-0. If you're just joining us, my name is Wayne Everhart from ThinkTech MD. And I am a technology consultant. Today we are out here providing some live streaming of the U.S. Amateur Preliminaries here in Fairfax, Virginia. We're at the Revolutions Darts and Billiards. So high ball, pocketed on the break.
I'm just gonna write it down. That's weird.
So Greg was trying to thin that 11 ball in the side pocket. It's not successful. So Nick maybe with a two-way shot, but Greg has an opportunity to maybe thin this 9 ball in the side pocket. Get down table for the 14. Excuse me, the 12. Oh no, he had, excuse me. I didn't even see the 11 ball there. Nice shot there by Greg. Pretty good shot. A little short on the angle, but definitely makeable. All right, so Greg takes the lead 5-0. Switching the 9 ball. Greg Roberts the break. Drive break. Nick brings to the table. Can see the one. We are playing push roll today. Not that it comes into play here. Just want to let you know we are playing push roll today. Masters APA rules. In regular APA, you cannot push after the break. Good shot there by Nick. So it looks like Brett Stottlemyre won his match. Just getting the scoring lines updated. Yeah, so it looks like Brett Stottlemyre won his match 7 games to 2.
Okay, we'll take that.
Four's here to 1-2. Stranger things have happened. Gonna hit it. Can't hit it.
So Greg looking at his options there. Maybe be able to play the 1 off the 4. Into the corner pocket. That's exactly what he did. Nice shot there by Greg.
Hey. Good. How are you? That was a great call on that shot. Yeah, just these are the next ones out. Anything happens. Yeah, I didn't. I thought I'd have it. It's got a lot. We just released a new shaft, so we got that going on. So when they released it, he said it's medicine. I'm like, Mike, just do this thing. Okay? But I really didn't want it because I should have.
Greg asking for the cue ball to get down table. I think he's all right here. He might be able to just pocket this 5, bring the cue ball right down between the 9 ball and the 8, and back up the table, set up for the 7. Just don't want to bump that. Don't want to bump the 9. If you do want to do anything, you want to come off the bottom rail, maybe hit the 9. Oh, he tried to hold it by drawing it. Poked it a little bit. Definitely could have pocketed it that way. Could have played it that way. I probably just rolled the ball. So Nick just really looking for anything where he can just get some momentum and start pocketing a few balls and get in the stroke. Just hasn't had the opportunity. Neither gentleman looking particularly comfortable yet. All right, so Greg to go up 6-0 on Nick Spriggs. And he does. So on the hill first. Greg Roberts, 6-0 for Nick Spriggs. Nick just looking for anything to get some momentum going, get into stroke. Just hasn't had a chance to really get the feel of the table. Greg Roberts the break. So dry break.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to be able to get to all of them.
Like you said, who are you sleeping with? Nicole. Okay, there you go. Dream on. I told her one time, who do we get married?
So Greg with safety play. Hiding the the cue ball behind the 2. Jump cues are allowed today, in case you're wondering. Good try on the hit. So Greg with ball in hand. Trick might be the transition from the 4 to the 3. Excuse me, yeah, 3 to the 4, rather. Uh-oh, uh-oh. I think he stuck himself right. Oh. Ouch. Wow. So Nick with a chance to get some momentum. Still, the transition from the 3 to the 4 is a little tricky. I think he got there. Good shot. So if it's the first time you're out here watching our stream, please like us, follow us, share our streams. Trying to get the word out. Very thankful for the APA for the opportunity. We are extremely excited to be able to reach the national audience. We understand that the National APA is sharing our stream on their site today. We're extremely excited about that. I know a lot of folks aren't able to get out there and compete yet and are stuck at home and missing the game. So try to bring it to you as much as we can. You'll notice our players are donning their masks today. Everyone is doing their part. Keep everybody safe. So I believe Nick was playing safety there. I don't think he was trying to make the 5.
Okay, everyone, there's a reminder. There is no practicing on the table between your matches. No practice, I'm sorry.
So nice hit by Greg, being able to leap over that 8 ball and connect with the 5. So Nick, with his opportunity to jump. Nick using that new Lambros jumper. Good try there. Well, a nice jump. Good effort on that jump bank. So Greg is looking at this 5 ball in that bottom left-hand corner pocket. The trick is going to be not to scratch. So you might be able to hit a little bit more full and spin it down there and try to draw the cue back. I don't know if he's going to be able to hit it with follow and get that cue ball out of the way. Yep, maybe. Oh, nicely done. Off the point. Pretty shot there by Greg. Pockets the 6. Oh. Well, if Nick was looking for an opportunity, this is it. So he saw Nick just reference the table there. He totally misjudged where the cue ball was going to be. He was going to try to be on the other side of that 9. He didn't want to be behind the 9, coming between the rail and the 9. So he's still struggling to try to figure out his angles and how things are coming off the rail and the pace. All right, so Nick looking to get on the board. Still a little loose with the cue ball. That ball drifted a long way. Yeah, he's just struggling. Oh, wow. And look at the leave. These poor guys. It's left them. So both gentlemen trying to figure it out at the moment. Nick Spriggs to the table. Playing safe. Don't sit next to the side. He's asking, don't sit next to the side. Just another case of speed. He's just trying to put that 9-ball over on that long rail. He's probably not trying to get anywhere near that side pocket. And look where it heads up. So just an example of just not being able to find the speed yet. So no gimme here. I mean, you can try to thin this 9 in the side. You can find yourself in trouble there. You go for the kick at the 9 in the side. Off maybe the short rail. If you miss, you might give ball in hand. You don't want to do that. Sorry, folks. So it looks like he's going to kick off the short rail. Go at the 9. Yeah. So he's lucky he didn't scratch there. And look at the leave. Wow. Poor Nick. I'm sure he's thinking to himself, can't I just have an easy shot? So off the short rail, playing the 9, probably in the bottom right-hand corner pocket here. All right, so Nick has to feel good. He's on the board. 6 games to 1. And has something to work with. Give a couple shout outs today to a couple of my sponsors. We have Lambros Q's out here today. I am a player rep for Lambros Q's. So Mike Lambros and Vince Tolson, thank you very much for everything you do for me and the pool community. Check out lambrosqs.com. Nick Spriggs to break. Pockets the 1. Long. I just think if you're Nick here, you play safety. You don't try to do too much. He might be trying to cut this 3 in the side because the 7's there. No. I think that was a safety play. Or a multi-purpose shot. 2-way. You try to bank to 3 if you make it. You're in business. If you don't, you're safe. So nice jump by Greg to get over that obstructing ball, connecting with his object ball, the 3. Fortunate not to fly the cue ball off the table. Leaves Nick in a tough spot. I think you're not trying to pocket this ball. You're probably trying to play safe. Maybe skim off this 3 with a lot of bottom right. Let's see what he's planning. Nope, he's going to try to just... That's a good shot. Just trying to put that cue ball behind the 8. If it was me, I would have probably tried to spin that cue ball maybe 3 or 4 rails and bring the cue ball down table and leave the 3 ball up where it was at. Either way, it was a tough shot. So Nick taking a look at that 4-ball. Good shot there. Nice shot there. Just on that. Bring the cue ball out there towards the center of the table. A little bit of draw. Just draw over towards that top. Oh, he just rolled it. Good shot. Looks like he's starting to get a little bit more comfortable. Starting to roll the cue ball a little bit more. I thought he was just going to draw that ball into that long rail. Felt comfortable enough to roll it. That's a good sign. All right, Nick Spriggs looking good there. Get out. 6 games to 2. I'd like to thank Revolutions, Darts, and Billiards for having me out today. If it wasn't for their hospitality, we wouldn't be here. So thank you to them. They've just recovered all their tables, got tournament balls out. Nick Spriggs the break. Down 2 games to 6. Oh. So dry break. Got a little bit of a cluster with the 6-8 and the 5. Excuse me, 4, 8, and 5. So Greg trying to jam that 1 ball in the corner pocket to get down table for the 2. Rattles it. Leaves Nick. So Nick, I believe, is trying to play safety, bring the cue ball behind that stack of balls down there. Ends up colliding into it. So Greg can see the 1. He might not be feeling all great about cutting this 1 ball in that top right corner pocket. See what he elects to do here. Queuing over top to 8. Up. No, he's not supposed to roll that back. He's supposed to... Well, it wouldn't have mattered. He would have collided into those balls and busted them out. But the rule is you're supposed to give your opponent the opportunity to replace the ball, I believe. But that being said, these 2 opponents are friends, and I don't think neither one of them are going to get ticky-tacky about anything. So he's got the 4. He's pretty straight in with it. And the 5's cuddled up there next to the 8. So if it's me, I'm looking at safety. Am I going to go ahead and get down there and play a good safety on the 5? So So Greg tries to roll down into the 5. I think I would try to just play position for an angle into the 5 where I could just bank that 5 behind the 8 and play safe. Sort of nudge it on the other side of the 8. But I think Greg was going for a bust out there, a breakout. So he's got himself a bit of a tenuous position. Maybe thin this cue off the 5 and come down table. Good shot. That'll work. So if you're Nick, I think you just want to hit this cue ball as easy as you can off of that, from this angle, off of that right long rail. And just gently roll that cue ball up on the 5. Let it just touch the rail, and let your opponent do some work. I don't think you try to do anything too crazy here and bust this out and give Jeff a run out for the win. He's on the hill. Excuse me, Greg a run out for the win. He's on the hill. Oh, good shot. Nice shot by Nick. Going for that kick. He said safety what? All right. I like the attitude. Now what? So does the 7 go in the side pocket? Oy. That was the problem. It was going to be tough. Uh-oh. So Greg almost collides with the 9 and really puts himself in a bad spot. So he's going to be all right. Uh-oh. That's not going to be ideal. That's definitely not ideal. Still some work left. Oh, overcuts it and is going to get... So Nick will take it. 6 games to 3 on an unforced error by Greg on the 9 ball. So Nick Spriggs hanging around, finding a way. I'd like to say thank you to Bill Hill from the mob. You can always check out Bill. Money Shot Out Billiards. Nick pockets that 1 ball. So if you get a chance, check out the Mob Apparel. You can just check out the Mob Facebook page. Bill Hill specializes in cue repair, as well as provides some apparel out there. You'll probably see the mobsters out there rolling around with their shirts, their gear. Great guy, gives back to the community and the pool players. So join the mob. Reach out to Bill Hill. Find out how you can become one of their players, represent their line. Bill Hill from the Mob.
Right, so usually the area announcers swear the game goes in the swaying for like each family. Just like the hero video before.
Safety play by Nick. Cue ball leaked out. So Greg can see the 2. Certainly might not be feeling very comfortable about the 2, but he can see it. Probably off the rail. Rail first. Now, if you catch the backside of that 2 too much, cue ball could roll down the up. So he's going to go off the long rail to the short rail. No luck there. Ball in hand given. So still a little tricky with the 3. I'm not sure if the 3 goes down past the 8. Maybe we take a look at that. I think that's what Nick is taking a look at as well. And it absolutely does not. So I don't think that's any guessing. I think if you're Nick, you do go for this this cross corner bank, the long cross corner bank here. So if nothing else, you might leave the 3 on the short rail on the other side and leave a difficult shot. That was the idea, I believe. Greg Roberts to the table. Pockets the 3s, coming down for the 4. He's going to bump that 7. Pretty good shot there. Well, I'm sure he didn't want to be on the rail there. So, Greg, for the match. All right, so Greg takes a match, 7 games to 3. I'm sure both of those gentlemen feel like they have room to improve. So thank you for joining us. My name is Wayne Everhart. We are at the Revolution's Dart and Billiards in Fairfax, Virginia. And I'd like to give a shout out to my sponsors. We got Big Money tournaments out in San Diego, California. We've got something special getting ready to come up on the screen here for you. We're going to have some of the players from Big Money, so check them out. We'll be right back. All right, thank you to Big Money
Table 9.
Tournaments out there in San Diego, California. I appreciate your support
Table
and your
10,
love.
Timothy Smilet
We'll have
and
another video
Adam
coming up
Ryan.
shortly that'll be premiering their gear that they'll
Table
be releasing.
13, Dennis
That'll be
Ryan
the
and Lee Cochran.
Big Money Underground gear.
Table 14,
We'll have a little
Nathan
special for that
Carl
later.
and
We're just waiting for the
Thomas
next match. We'll
Doss.
be right back. And my name is Wayne Everhart from ThinkTech MD.
Table 15.
All right, so we got our next match in the queue. It's going to be Mark Goki versus Fred Chrislip. And those guys will be starting in just a second. Stand by. We'll be right back. All right, so we're going to have Fred Crislip to break. Fred is a skill level 7, 9 player. 7 and 8 ball, skill level 9 and 9. Fred to break. So Fred elects to break the side of the 8-ball rack. Pocket a low ball on the break. Oh. A little surprised to see Fred miss that shot there. This is, like I said, a lot of folks here just not morning players. You hear a lot of players complain about shooting in the morning. So Mark to the table.
I was happy. There's always something on the side. Just think out of the box. It's all school. Because you get all banged up. At least this would be the real turtle. Right. Not going home all bloody. You wouldn't have to come back from the line. You just have to figure out how to do it.
So Mark looking at that 9 ball. Problem is the 11-15. So pretty open table here for Fred. Trick might be at the 5 ball. It's a little bit of a spot where there's a couple balls around it. Might make it a little difficult. Fred pockets the 4 on the side.
Was like the two on a two ball. I was like, all right, I played this way, and that didn't work. So then I tried to play it the other way, and I still didn't get there.
Nice shot there by Fred. Drawing that cue over there. Bump the 10 out of the way. All right, so Fred takes the early lead, 1-0 over Mark Goki.
But then on the other time, kind of gives me a chance to calm down a bit.
Calm down a little bit.
Back on the table, that's the game. Tough deal here, though. 25 goals is tough to win. Bracket kind of spread out a little bit. You get a chance to kind of get to that easy bracket. At least easier when you're not playing fucking Brad.
Oh, let me do the one more.
You should be
commentating, aren't they? If he lets you commentate when he plays. Alright. Well, they're playing at the same time, so I have to pay attention to the ticket.
Sorry about that, folks. Just doing a little bit of housekeeping. Sometimes the software doesn't play like it's supposed to. Found out that over there on the YouTube channel, it still said we were stream testing. So we resolved that.
I know, right? Gotta find somebody to carry it.
Lobby Dons, can you come up to the counter, please?
So Fred looking at that 7 ball and how he's going to get on the 8. Ooh, did he hit it? Did he get it? Looks pretty good. Nice shot to get on that 8 ball and pocket. A good shot by Fred. So Fred takes a 3-0 lead over Mark Goki.
Sorry, guys. No, you were fine. I could see the whole rack in the other end too.
Yeah?
Like if you were sitting in the back seat of the wheel.
Yeah, exactly. But you couldn't hear anything.
No, I can still see the road.
Okay, good.
When's your first match, guys?
Well, not till 5.
You got a free run. Free run on the first round.
How about you?
3:30.
Oh.
Mark Goki to the table on the high balls.
Right, always the day.
So I think if you mark, you might want to take that 9 ball now. That's it. So Mark is going to call that 8 ball in that top side pocket. And Mark gets on the board 1-3. I'd like to say thank you to the APA, both Greater Washington, D.C. APA. That's pretty much my home these days. Spend my time out of Bank Shots Bar and Grill. And I'd like to say thank you to the National APA as well for having me out, covering their event today. It's an honor. Mark Goki to break, down 1-3. So the last game of 8 ball. So Fred looks like he's going to spin this 11 ball in the corner pocket. Maybe set up for the 10 following. Oh, he hit that with much more pace than I was expecting. I thought he was going to hit that ball very easy. He had other thoughts in his mind.
But if they win, they still gotta play. That's the reason. Right, exactly. That's it, put on your big boy pants.
Cooper probably clipped a little bit. Cooper probably could say you should do that. I should know that.
He has to go where Joe tells him to.
I'm paying for it.
But the pockets are ginormous.
Trying to get us all.
What's that?
So the 10 ball is the clear problem here.
Here, they all. What? Oh.
So Fred bumps that 6-10. Creates a little separation for the 10 ball from the 6. So he may elect to bank this. I'll say maybe he might want to bank it back where he's at now, in that corner pocket, because if he hangs it, it might block the pocket there. And it'll make the cue ball traverse up table towards the 8. Or he might just try to cut it in the side, cut it in the corner rather. That's what he did. Cut it in the corner. He's going to have a beautiful angle for the 8. Nicely done. All right, so Fred cleans that up, leads 4 games to 1. They'll be moving the 9 ball now. My name is Wayne Everhart from ThinkTech MD. We're out here today at the Revolutions Darts and Billiards in Fairfax, Virginia. We're covering the U.S. Amateur Preliminaries. Thank you all for joining us. Please go ahead and share our stream, like our page.
Oh, they brand new table, brand new felt, just like here. So, yep, strokers down in the
And Fred Chrislip, the break, leading 4 games to 1 over Mark Goki. Well, he made the wing ball plus. You can see the 1 to go in that bottom right-hand corner pocket. So I'd like to say thank you again to Scott Wilburn and Kelly Daniel for actively going out here and getting our scores from our matches that are taking place and keeping our ticker up to date. Certainly appreciate that. I'm sure our fans appreciate that. We can't possibly cover all the tables at this point in time. Maybe one day in the near future. But at the moment, we'll do our best to keep you up to date on all the scores, all the action. Right now, we've got Mark Goki and Fred Chrislip. Mark Goki at the table. Fred with safety play there. Smart shot. So, folks, you might see a little bit of adjustment with the video. We're trying to get the colors for the balls to come in a little bit better. Just want to make sure that we don't wash out the rest of the picture. But I think we're a little closer. So I can see the difference between the 7 and the 4 a little better. But we'll keep trying to adjust it. And thank you for the feedback in the chat. We do appreciate it. We do monitor the chat. So if there's anything you see or hear that needs to be fixed, let us know. We'll do our best. Thank you again for the feedback. I think we're pretty close now. Again, we do appreciate all of our fans and followers out there for the feedback. And I was definitely having some issues with trying to determine what balls were which as well. So I think we're in better shape now. So Mark Goki to the table on the 2.
Christina Madrigal to the front desk. Christina Madrigal to the front desk.
So we just heard Christina Madrigal called. It's one of the team TTMD players, female rep, sponsored player. Getting ready to go out there and do some business. All right, so Fred to the table, looking at that too. Going to probably kick off the short rail. I think if ideally you just want to make contact and maybe have the cue stay behind the 5 and a 4 find a rail. Excuse me, 2 find a rail rather, and didn't want that. Ouch. So ball in hand given. Mark Goki to the table.
So the next round, we're going to do a females. We're going to do Christina.
All right, so we're just getting a little information of the next match coming up. I'm going to have some of the females up on the table. Keep that under my hat for now. Who's playing? So Mark looking at this 5 ball. I'd like to thank Nick Spriggs, who's over here monitoring the chat. Once I get up and I'm shooting my match, he'll probably take over the commentary. So thank you to him. And we still got Scott out there and Kelly out there, keeping us up to speed with the current scores, keeping our ticker up to date. Thank you to them. And after this match, we're going to have the premiere of the big money gear. We're going to go ahead and put that up. Let you check out their gear over there in San Diego. Courtesy of Bernadine Diaz. Fred takes the lead, 5-1. Fred Crisplip, the break, leading 5-1 over Mark Goki. Missed the wing ball and the 1 ball on the side. Dry break. Mark Goki to the table. Push is in play, as I mentioned. Good hit there by Mark. Oh, wow, nice shot there by Fred. All right, so the jumper probably going to come out the bag here, I'd imagine. All right, he's got that Lambros jump cue. If you folks aren't familiar with the Lambros jumper, it's probably one of the best jumpers I've ever used. As a matter of fact, it is the best jumper I've ever used. I was part of the research and development team for Mike Lambros. And I had a lot of hours spent. Oh, Fred didn't quite get it up there. I had a lot of hours spent jumping that cue. So I was just having a chuckle. I was just talking about how great the jump cue was, and you know how that happens. But anyway, I was just saying to you, I was part of the research development team, and I will tell you that Lambros jumper is probably one of the best jumpers on the market. A lot of times there's jumpers out there that you can really jump, leave the table, but you can't get the cue ball to settle down. And other balls that you can get the cue ball to leave the table pretty quickly without energy, but then it doesn't carry. So I spent a lot of time working with Mike Lambros, sort of dialing that in with the right balance and weight. And I'll tell you, that's about one of the best jumpers out there. Certainly the best jumpers I've ever used. And Nick Spriggs, who said he loved it, or loves it. And so you can check it out. I'll be putting some videos up later about the jumper, some reviews from Edison Wu. Check that out. We'll be putting that up in a bit between matches. While we're on the topic of the Lambros cues, Mike Lambros just released his ultra low deflection shaft. He will only make that shaft for a Lambros cue. If you happen to order the Lambros Truth Series, and with the low deflection shaft, that is in my opinion, the best system, low deflection system on the market. Doesn't just depend on the shaft. It's about the joint and some other things I really can't talk about. But one of the best low deflection, ultra low deflection systems on the market. And we'll put a video up of that with some of the testing from Edison Wu in a little bit. If you're not familiar who Edison Wu is, you can check him out on the Billiard Corner. You can check him out on Facebook. You can check him out there on YouTube. Content creator out there, respected. Also like to say thank you to Anthony Munoz from Live on the Fly. He's a content creator as well. goes out and does a lot of candid videos with pros and amateurs. We put some of that up a little later today. Great guy from out there in California. And all those folks out in California, we're thinking about you. You know, all the fires out there in the Midwest. We have a lot of family out there as far as in the pool community. We've been checking on our friends and family out there. Anthony, I hope everything's going well for you, sir.
Oh, it's a black hat tournament? Chris Williams is 688.
All right. So Fred kicking it. That's 4-ball. He's probably going to go 2 rails. He probably come off the. Nope, he hit it dead in the face. Good shot. For me, I would have tried to hit that the bottom rail, come off the side rail to the bottom rail, hitting the 4, because that would have killed the cue ball and sent the 4-ball down table. But good hit by Fred.
I know it's not a 688. Whatever. Well, I don't know.
So Mark overcut that one a little bit.
Always wants to be ranked higher than what he is, which he's not. So, I'm a 630 something. I'm like, there's no way he's above me.
Safety play by Fred. Nice shot. Looks like Mark's going to go to the jumper. Also like to say thank you to Fast Signs out there in White Marsh, Maryland. Getting some signage done to go behind us in our booth. Sort of give us a little bit of a barrier. But that's in the works. To say thank you to those folks for all their hard work. It's not always about just getting in touch with a Fast Signs location. It's about having the right people at that location, understand what you're looking for, can work with you. So I recommend the Fast Signs out of White Marsh.
Do they do sponsorships if we go down to Florida? Are we able to get shirts or sponsorships? Yeah, I played it this year. I've been to Florida probably like 6 or 7 times. It's my first time playing it. It's a good tournament. You know what? There's no money involved in this, but you know what? It's actually a good tournament. I actually like it.
So Fred looking pretty good here to go up 6-1. It's certainly not a gimme. Well done by Fred, 6-1. Oh, was that match? I must have missed a game somewhere. My apologies, folks. So 7-1. Fred over Mark. And we'll be right back. Sounds good, dude.
Get it back, buddy. Get it back. Yeah, that was user error, sir.
I was here Wayne talking about it. I thought it had more pop to it. I didn't think I had more much in it.
Since you're on break, I need help. When I'm in here, I'm trying to be in here, and you know I'm clicking as TTMD. So when I like shit, I click as TTMD, but I don't want to click.
I don't know how to change it. I think what you have to do is go over to.
I tried that.
I don't know how to do it. I have the same
Relax.
problem. Yeah, I have the same problem. Yeah. I don't have the problem on my PC. I have the problem on the phone.
But I didn't with my own old phone, so I just thought it was something here. I thought it was just this.
All right, folks. So thank you. We just give a shout out to Big Money Billiards and their underground gear. Thank you for everything you do. Just waiting on our next match. We're going to have some ladies up here. We'll be right back. All right, so we're going to have Christina Madrigal and Tracy Wellings on the TV table. I believe my match is going to be called for the 2 o'clock. So Nick Spriggs will be taking over the commentary for a little while, and I'll be back soon. Enjoy.
Table 16.
Apologies, folks. We had a typo with Tracy Wellens last night, not Wellings, Wellens. So apologize for that. I apologize for that. Tracy Wellens against Christina Madrigal. Nick Spriggs will probably be taking over the commentary. Be right back.
Al Gaskins, Tom Moran. Al Gaskins, Tom Moran.
Shout out to Bill Hill for the host. So our ladies are getting ready here, and they're coming to the table. Gonna get their sticks ready, and we'll be started here shortly. And we're on our way. Christina and Tracy are lagging. And it looks like Christina's going to win the break. Oh, I'm sorry. The choice of breaking or choosing the game. And it looks like she's going to choose the game and allow Tracy the break. For those of you who do not know my voice, this is Nick Spriggs, sponsored TTMD pool player. Also a Mike Lambros pool cue rep. I play with a break, shoot, and jump Mike Lambros
Table
cue.
14, Wally Ridgway, Wayne Everhart. Table 14, Wally Ridgway.
Sounds like Wayne just got his match called, so I will be covering this entire match. So that last match, if you guys saw, Fred tried jumping a ball as Wayne was speaking about the Lambros jump cue. That was my jump cue that he was using. He didn't know how to harness the power of the jump cue. But onto this match, Tracy scratches off the break. I'm not sure if 4 balls hit a rail here. If they didn't, it's going to be Christina's break. But if they did, which I believe they did, it's going to be ball in hand behind the line for Christina. A rough rack to start off the match. So for the women's side, it is a race to 5 instead of a race to 7. It is shortened. So instead of playing 5 racks of 8 ball, they will play 3. And instead of playing 8 racks of 9 ball, I believe it is 6. So we're starting out with 8 ball here. So we will definitely be seeing 8 ball and 9 ball. You can lose in 9 ball if you start with it and not play 8 ball. So Christina elects to play high balls. Christina is one of our sponsored TTMD pool players. Great shot on the 9 ball. Everything's just still clustered together after that break. So it looked like she was trying a combo there, but possibly a two-way shot here. Tracy to the table for the first time after the break. Tracy with a beautiful shot on that 2 ball. Not sure she gave herself much of a shot. So she could see a piece of the 7, could not pocket it. Allowing Christina back to the table. Great shot on that 15 ball. She's just not going to leave herself much of a shot here. So it looks like she's playing a safe here. Get that cue ball back behind that 11 ball. Great shot. Left Tracy a shot on the 7, but that's the only ball available. Great shot by Tracy. Lee, this is the U.S. Amateur Preliminaries. We have a women's bracket, and we also have men's brackets. The winner of each bracket will receive an invite to Florida to play in the U.S. Amateurs. Tracy scratches, allowing Christina to the table with ball in hand.
Table 20, Patrick Wingberg, Alan Canate. Table 20, Alan Canate, Patrick Wingberg.
Do you ever remember the Hinson? That's who I was watching. Not Hinson Airway.
So you don't have much option here. You kind of want to take this 11 ball first, get yourself out with a decent angle on this 12 ball. That's a great shot. She got on the side she needed to be. Left herself dead straight in. It's an easy stop shot here. Maybe a little bit of draw, gets herself on the 8 ball. Try to jump out to a 1-0 lead. And Christina does. Gets herself out of the wreck and jumps out to a 1-0 lead. Lee, there's nobody from San Diego in this stream. We are in Fairfax, Virginia. Again, my name is Nick Spriggs. I am a sponsored TTMD pool player. I play out of Baltimore, Maryland. Myself, Wayne, and Kelly traveled out here to cover this event and play in it ourselves. Try to punch our ticket to Florida. I lost my first round 7-3. I was down 6-0. It was rough. Fought back, tried to get myself back into it, just could not. My next match is scheduled for around 8 o'clock tonight, so I got a long time. But allows me to sit here and talk to you guys and cover some matches for a little bit. Wayne is currently playing in a match right now. We are not using magic racks. These tables were just refelted yesterday, playing extremely fast, almost like you're playing on ice. I couldn't get a roll earlier because they were just over-rolling me like crazy. And they just bought brand new diamond racks. So we are also using diamond racks instead of magic racks. So Christina's got a pretty open table here. Her 1 ball's a little bit of trouble. I myself would probably take this 2 ball here to get that 1 out. She pockets the 6 ball and allows herself that same angle to try to bust this 1 ball out. Isn't going to get the roll she wants. Sticks herself in the pocket. Still a makeable ball. So Christina misses the 1, leaves the cue ball on the other end of the table. Tracy back to the table here. Jerry and Heather, I played Greg Roberts. He is a local player that I've known for a very long time. He also plays out of Baltimore, Maryland. I'm not 100% sure, Lee. If she is playing, it would be along the bottom of our tracker here. I can't keep track of it and stream at the same time, and I think my other guys are out there playing in their matches as well. So Christina's back to the table here. Out to an early 1-0 lead. Gets a fortunate roll and makes that 1 ball. These pockets are a little bit bigger than most of us are used to playing on. I believe this 3 ball does go. A little help from the 8. Oh, it hangs in the pocket. Well, I don't believe the 8 ball goes in that corner anymore. If Tracy does happen to run these balls out here. A little bit of a barrier set up for Christina. So Christina's going to come back to the table here. It's going to be a little bit tough for her to get where she wants to be on this 3 ball after she makes the 7. Have to try to avoid bumping that 3 out of the pocket too much. That's what I was concerned about, but I think she put it in a spot where it does happen to go. Played this ball with enough pace to get back to the side pocket where that 8 ball. Great shot by Christina. She's playing a strong pool today. And she pockets the 8 ball. Christina now leads 2-0 in a race to 5. She was telling me before she started her match that she was feeling a little bit nervous. Seems like those nerves have wore off. She's shooting pretty straight. Jim, I could not tell you, this is my first U.S. Amateurs event. I haven't had the opportunity to get out here and play in these. This is my first event. I've lost my first round, but still in it. Keep fighting. But to my knowledge, it always has been separated, men and women, in these U.S. amateur events. Now, this is just the preliminaries. There's no payouts at the end of this. This is solely for a invite and a trip to Florida to play in the main event. So to give you guys an update, there are 6 brackets currently. 1 women's bracket and 5 men's brackets, which will be sending out 6 finalists to Florida. Good shot by Tracy here. Her 15 ball is a little tied up. Good shot by Tracy. Pockets of 14 on the side. Looks like she's looking at this 15 ball and how she's going to get a shot on it or break it out here. This is a tough one. Christina's got an open table if Tracy allows her to get back to it. So Christina is back to the table here. Not the lead she was hoping for. And she misses the 3 ball in the corner. Bringing Tracy back to the table with that 15 ball still in a tough spot, especially with the 2 balls that you have on the table. On the opposite end of this 9-foot table, it's going to be difficult to get a breakout on that ball. The 4 ball is blocking the 15 ball in the corner as well. Oh, I apologize, the 7 ball. Not only does she miss the 10 ball, she ties it up with the 9, makes that 10 ball not pocketable. So the goal for Christina here is to leave herself a ball to get on the backside of that 8 ball. To give her an angle to pocket it in one of the corners. And these pockets are very generous. She hit the point first and it still managed to fall. It's a great shot by Christina.
What? Oh yeah.
No, if you were me. Well, it just put some meat on your ass. So it looked like Wayne's opponent is not showing up for his match yet. Poor Wayne's been sitting here itching to shoot, and he finally gets his match call, and it doesn't look like he's going to have an opponent.
Okay, everyone, it's now 2:15, so if you're at your table and you still do not have an opponent, please sign your score sheet, circle your name, bring it up to the front desk, and you will advance to the next round.
So if you happen to hear that announcement over the PA, the curfew or the allowed wait time has been called, and Wayne looks to have won by forfeit. Not the way he wants to win, but I'm sure he'll take it. Sitting in a better spot than I am on the loser side. So Tracy looked like she was playing it safe there. Really, you're just taking that shot to get the 10 ball out of there. Your 15 ball is still a huge problem for you. Christina fired that 4-ball in. Don't think she got where she wanted to be on that 5. But if she pockets this 2-ball and comes back on the bottom side where that 5-ball is, it'll give her the shot to get position on that 8-ball. She just overshot it a little bit and busted out the 15 for Tracy. Tracy can get back in this game very quickly here. Yeah, it all depends on how close you are, Jim. I myself am from Baltimore. Wayne and Kelly also are from Baltimore. But some people are local, and if they pay the entry fee and they either don't show up, forget about the event. I know a couple people forgot. Wayne was on the A side. His opponent, I believe, just never arrived or didn't feel like sitting around. Wow, great shot by Christina. 2-ball's going to bounce out and gave herself a shot on it, too. It's hard to imagine this 8-ball does not go past the 15. The pockets are big enough. I think she just gave it a glance and verified my comment that it does go past the 15. She's going to take it the other way. These tables, man, they just roll. Any other table back home, you play that ball the way she did, it rolls just past the side pocket and gives you the shot on the 8. She played it with the right pace. It just kept going. Yeah, Ray, I noticed that you did forget. I was looking over the bracket, and I was going to send you a message, say, hey, I'll see you this weekend, but I forgot to do so. And in doing so, you forgot to show up. So it looks like Christina's going to call the side pocket here. Going to play the cut. Great shot by Christina. Puts her up 3-0. This here will transition us into 9-ball since we are playing the Masters format, and it is shortened Masters because the women's side is a race to 5. So we are moving to 9-ball. Christina needs 2. Tracy needs 5. Ray, I put my Yeezys on for you today too. Hoping you'd be here. Well, Ray, the good news for you is if you want to make that hour-and-a-half drive, my match isn't until 8 o'clock, so you could make it and continue to play if they have not crossed you out completely. So on the 9-ball we go. Christina breaks dry. Tracy comes to the table, and I believe she just called a push. So Tracy pushes, giving Christina the option to either shoot the shot or give it back to Tracy. So Christina elected to try to play it safe there. Did not get the position that she wanted. Well, we appreciate your support, Ray. There are a lot of buys on the B side. I lost to Greg, and I drew a buy the first round in the B side. So that's why I'm waiting until 8. Tracy misses the 1 ball, and looks like she might have stuck Christina behind that 7. Let's take a look. Can't really tell, but I believe Christina can see the edge of it just enough to make a good hit. And that she does. It's a good hit, and I believe she made it left safe. So Tracy grabs for the bridge. Looks like she may go 2 rails behind this ball. So Christina comes back to the table with a pretty open rack here. She just wants to push this cue ball past the 4. Get out for the 2 just like that. Exactly, James. It's a long ride, but if you show up and you shoot good pool, there's a chance to punch that ticket. Whether you start on the B side or not, Ray. So Christina looks to be in a groove here. She's playing very strong pool, as she always does. And as I say that, I think I spoke her out of the shot.
You can act well. Good job. I pay you to entertain. I don't pay you for your fucking point of view of color.
So Tracy took an extended look at this ball, as it does not have a readily available pocket for it. Maybe elect to play a safe and push that cue ball down past the 6. Put the 4 ball on that bottom rail. Oh, okay. She decides to push the cue ball behind the 9 and the 4 ball on the opposite side of the 9, playing a fairly good save. I'm not sure if Christina can see the edge of that ball or not. Yeah, Joe, I seem to have talked her out of that shot. I've known Christina for a long time. Won a lot of money with her in tournaments as well. So, good hit by Christina. Does leave the 4 ball next to the side pocket. So I wonder if Tracy's concerned with the scratch. I know the 4 ball does cut in the side, but she may be afraid that that cue ball just lets loose. Oh, okay, she decided to bank it. Not sure why, but she gets fortunate enough to save Christina. I feel the fear of scratching the past the 8 made her want to bank it. I find myself in that situation more often than not. So Christina's gonna bank, kick at it. It looks like she hit the 6 ball first there. It is ball in hand for Tracy. So Tracy has ball in hand to try and run the 6 balls out here. The 5 ball may not pass that 7. Great shot by Tracy there. Gets herself positioned on that 5 ball. I was just greeted by Josh Parks from Josh Parks Photography, who has done a lot of our shots for Lambros and TTMD. I'm sure you can find him on Facebook. Just search Josh Parks Photography. I believe my profile picture on Facebook is a picture taken by Josh Parks himself. Very, very, very good photography from that man. So I do not believe Tracy hit that ball. The bridge, I believe, hindered her shot. So it is ball in hand for Christina. Pockets the 6. Gives herself the angle on the 7. Great shot. Cue ball just let loose. Wow. What a roll. I'm telling you, these tables are like ice. A little bit too much power, and that cue ball is just going to fly. I never would think that that ball would roll that far across the table. Puts herself in a spot here. She needs to make a good hit. And she makes a great hit. Unfortunately, cue ball squeaked out and gave Tracy a shot on the 8, but nonetheless, a great hit by Christina. I've had those very same rolls where that cue ball just goes. As soon as you hit it, it just doesn't stop. Tracy misses the 8 ball, leaving the window open for Christina to go on the hill. She fires the 8 ball in. Cue ball rolls towards the side pocket. No gimme by any means, but a makeable ball for Christina and the caliber player she is. A very, very, very nice cut. Putting Christina on the hill 4-0 over Tracy Wellens. So Tracy back to the table. Try to put a couple racks together. Get back into this match. Nobody's ever out. Though I was down 6-0, I fought as hard as I could. Great shot by Tracy. I apologize about that, guys. My attention was taken away as I was trying to pull up both of my stream chats just to make sure I'm not missing out on anybody. So Christina to the table again. She pockets the 5, gives herself a shot on the 6. Over hits the 6 ball just a little bit, but she's going to give herself a shot regardless. She's jacked up on this. I don't like it. Yeah, personally, I would have just rolled that ball the best I could into the pocket. Tracy back to the table. Try to put one up on the board for herself. So she's really looking over the 7 ball and how to get her shot on that 8 ball. It's no easy task. Got a tight cut. And try to send that cue ball back on the other side of the table. She got the cue ball there, just happened to miss the shot on the 7. It's unfortunate. She got the perfect angle on that 8 ball. 7 ball just rattled the jaws a little bit. They're big pockets, but they're still going to rattle.
Yeah. All right, so hit the object ball, 5 ball.
Great shot by Christina here to make the 8, but the cue ball's just rolling. It does not stop on this table. I'm telling you, I played on it earlier, and the cue ball just goes. So that's going to put Tracy with ball in hand. And Tracy's on the board 4-1. Christina is up 4-1. Tracy with the break. Nothing falls. Bringing Christina back to the table. On a tough shot on the 1 ball. She does have the option to push if she so chooses to. Great shot by Christina. Avoid the scratch. Give herself an angle to play safe on this too. Or choose the bank. Great save by Christina. Locks Tracy behind that 4 ball. So Christina back to the table with ball in hand after playing the safe. Try to roll this cue back behind the 3. Overhit it just a little bit. Tries pushing the 3 behind the 5, but locks the cue down on that rail. Great shot by Christina there to get back down on this 4 ball. Not a great leave as far as pocketing this ball, but the safe opportunity is definitely there. And she cuts this ball all the way down the table. What a shot by Christina. She banks it in the side pocket, and it goes like it's nothing. She is definitely in stroke right now. Playing some of the best pool I've seen her ever shoot. And again, I talked her out of it. So Tracy's at the table with an open table. The back cut on the 7. Sending the cue ball 2 rails back down essentially where the cue ball lays right now. To give herself a shot on the 8 ball. Try to push.
Hi, Josh. We saw you coming in.
To 4-2. The cue ball got back around in the same spot like I said, but she just happens to miss the 7 ball. Giving Christina the angle to play the 7 ball and bring the cue back past the center dot. Unless the 8 does not go in the other corner. She just happens to rail it. Not a bad leave here. So Tracy elects the safe, and it seems like she's going to get a good spot. And she did. a great save by Tracy. Trying to get herself back into this game. Put the pressure on Christina to make a good hit. And she does. And she's going to push this 7-ball back on the bottom rail. Great shot by Christina. Tracy tried to bank that 7-ball. 7-ball came back down towards the cue. Not leaving Christina much of a shot except to back cut that 7-ball into this bottom left corner pocket. Try to hold the cue ball up for the 8. Wow. An incredible shot by Christina. Doesn't get the roll she wants on the 8, but it's still a manageable spot to try to win this match. And she just overcuts it a little bit. Gonna get a good spot though. Wow, that table just took a weird roll. The cue ball was rolling up next to the 8 and it just happened to curve. Kind of the same spot where Christina hooked herself on that 8-ball earlier. Stuck a cue ball next to the 9. Yes, Chris, you can use a jump cue. The rules are as follows. It is APA rules, but it is a Masters format. So in the men's division, it is 5-8, 8-9. Oh, great shot by Tracy here. And it's going to hang towards the pocket. So there's no 3 foul. You may push in 9-ball. You may use jump cues. So Christina's going to try to finish this match out here. Just a nice slow roll on this 8-ball. Bring the cue ball back out towards center table. A little hard, but she gets where she needs to be. Now those shots are very, very touchy, especially on this table. But Christina makes the 9-ball and makes it look easy, beating Tracy 5-1. Incredible showing by Christina there. And we'll be right back.
All right, so thank you to Nick Spriggs for filling in commentary. Does a great job. Congratulations to Christina Madrigal advancing over Tracy Wellens. And we will be right back. All right. Thank you to Big Money Billiards, Underground Apparel out in San Diego, Bernadine Diaz. We'll put some contact information up there so you can contact her and get yourself some Big Money tournament Underground Apparel. And she's a great lady. She does some great tournaments out there in San Diego. Does a lot of working with the community. And so my understanding, she's got some pretty big payouts. And I think TechMD has made arrangements to head on out there to the West Coast to cover a couple events. More information coming about that in future. Stand by. We'll have the next match coming up in just a minute.
I don't know which one he's talking about.
So Hey there, James. Yeah, we're trying to get that ticker updated right now. We had a couple of us being actively participating in the event, so got a little bit behind. So we're going to go ahead and get that ticker updated. Be right back. All right, so that score line's about updated. We got a couple matches in progress. We'll keep that current match ticker updated for you. All right, so they get ready to call the 3:30 matches a little early. They're going to let these players get started. That's good for you viewers out there. Unlike some of the other tournaments we do where they just keep rolling the matches onto the TV table as the tables become available, this event is on a schedule. So sometimes if the match finishes a little early, there's a little bit of a break. I do apologize for that. But we'll just try to keep things going and be upbeat, be positive, and be happy that we're out here
Richard Hutchison,
competing and
table
watching some
12,
pool
table
today.
13.
We're getting that scoring line updated. Thank you, James, for reaching out to us, letting us know
Table
our
14, Christopher Trevor,
scoring line was
Michael
getting a little
Ortiz.
stagnant.
Christopher Trevor, Michael Ortiz, table 14.
But we're getting caught up now. Next up, we got Jamie Brogdon, or I think it's, let me make sure that's spelled right. It might be Bogdan. We're also going to get the next round of matches in there that in the scoring line as current matches. We're just trying to get that caught up.
Chuck wins. Brent Bislett, Chuck wins. Table 16. Table 17, Roland Hunley, Tom Kozlowski. Roland Hunley, Tom Kozlowski.
So what I'm gonna do here, Wayne.
Table 19, Dave Barnes.
All right, so the players are going to go ahead and lag. And it looks like it's going to be Jamie to break. I'm not familiar with either one of these players. So we'll be seeing them together for the first time if you're new to the stream. Jamie Brodkin to bake. Okay, pocket a stripe in the side there. If you're just joining us, we're playing Masters rules today. This is a race to 7. Players will be playing a combination of 8-ball and 9-ball. And the way it worked is whoever won the leg there or the toss got to choose either the break or the format to start with. If you're playing 8-ball, you're going to play 5 games of 8-ball. And then that would follow out with 9-ball for a race to 7. If you start off with 9-ball, I believe it's 8 games of 9-ball. And then you follow out to who wins with 8-ball. You can push in 9-ball in Master Rules APA. We are playing APA rules, so if you get a little fortunate and pocket a ball, wherever it goes, it does count. Just got to make a legal hit.
Now it didn't seem like it, but
That's why I was like, really?
Curious of the matches going on.
So Jamie rattles the 13 ball there. He's going to bring Nelson to the table. Nelson taking a look at his options. Caught the point going in there. Nelson a little disappointed, I'm sure. Jamie to the table. So for Jamie here, it's going to be the 15 ball, which is by the 3, which is a bit of a test. You're going to have to figure out either you. Oh, see how he's going to play it. Yeah, so the 15 ball is going to be the issue. Gotta be careful. Wow. So it looks like he was a little fortunate there. He didn't get caught up behind the 6 ball or the 4. A little tough cueing, but definitely makeable. I don't think that's going to go. All right. So Nelson Toole to the table. So probably play this 4 ball with maybe a little bit of top right. Go down off of that short rail. Head over towards the long rail and give you an angle for the 3. You can try to go between. No, well, this is okay too. Lots of options there. Yeah. I think a lot of the players are surprised about the speed of the table. I wasn't sure that maybe he wasn't trying to set up for the play. We play the 8 in the side, but just got a little fortunate. Missed his line and rolled up past it and had an angled plate in the bottom left corner. But I think the pace of the table sneaking up on some of the players. So Jamie takes a 1-0 lead over Nelson Toole. So Jamie looks like he pocketed a low ball there.
Red. Where's blue? Red, red. Here in this match.
So if you're just joining us, my name is Wayne Everhart from ThinkTech MD. I am a technology service provider. And today we're out here providing a streaming service. And that's TTMD Billiards Streaming. And we're here today covering the U.S. Amateurs Preliminaries in Fairfax, Virginia. We're at the Revolutions Darts and Billiards. Beautiful gold crown tables just redone. New felt, new racks. Tournament balls. So Jamie eyeing up that 2-ball. So he's going to set up probably for either. He's got lots of options here. It's hard to really call an 8-ball game sometimes because there's so many options. Just see what he's thinking. Yeah, I think the 3-ball on the side is a good play. Just either draw it back just a little bit or roll it forward. Set up for the 1, I guess, he wants. Yep. Or no, 4-ball. Excuse me. Nice shot there. Basically a series of stop shots. Oh, nicely done. Drew it back. Set up for the 8 in the side. Well done. So Jamie Brogdon up 2-0 over Nelson Toole.
Table 11, Paul McFarland, Tyler Edelman. Table 11, Paul McFarland, Tyler Edelman.
Look, I drank that whole thing. Drop the ball. What?
a little quick. Might have got up on that 10 ball. It's going to bring Jamie to the table. If you just joined us, like us, and share our stream. My name's Wayne Everhart from ThinkTech MD. Enjoying the day out here in Fairfax, Virginia, covering the U.S. Amateur Preliminaries. If you're not aware, there's several events going on today for the U.S. Am Preliminaries. And I think they go over a course of several weeks. I think there was one or two that might have already went off. But the way it works is those winners will end up moving on and going down to Florida, compete in the actual U.S. Amateurs. So everybody here has a stake. They're trying to go. If you're interested in if you're signing up for the U.S. Amateurs, we've got it coming up again in November. I believe they're going to be doing another U.S. Ams. So check out, I think you can check out the National APA website, get that information. I think maybe we'll put that up there in the chat in a bit. So Jamie wanted to pocket that 4, leave his 13 ball near that pocket, basically playing safe. Didn't quite work out the way Jamie planned, so Nelson has an opportunity here. I think the 1's playable. Three ball is a little delicate. You've got to figure out how you're going to get on that 3. But I think you want to get that 1 now if you can. Yeah. Might be able to hit this ball with a little bit of maybe top left, spin it off of that short rail, head over towards the long rail, come down between maybe the 9 and the 12. If you can't get there at the 3 now. But if you looks like you still spin it off that short rail if you're not liking it. This effort. Well, it looks like you can see it. So Jamie's going to give it a go. Excuse me, Nelson's going to give it a go. So Nelson trying to figure out probably how he's going to get. Now he could probably play the 8 in off the 9 in the side. Let's see if we can look at that. See, I think the 8 will go in that side pocket off the 9. No, so he's gonna try to get above it. I think that was a little ambitious. He's okay though. It's gonna work out. Pretty fortunate there. All right, so Nelson gets on the board, 2-1. Jamie Bogdan still leads. So the obvious issue right here for Jamie right now is that 13 ball sitting in there with the 3, 6, and 8. It does go in that bottom left-hand corner. If you can play the 14 in that top right, past the 4 ball right now, you might be able to set up. Take care of that 13 ball down that bottom left-hand corner pocket. So you'll take the 12 barrel first. And that 13 might go in the side as well. So just don't want to overroll it. So I think he was really trying to set up for that 13 on the side. It's going to go for option B. Well, so has got the 13 ball out of there with a nifty little cut. But plenty of work to do here. So the 14 ball. Trying to bank that cross side. Didn't work out. Oh, well, that counts. Shake, wave of the hand, some courtesy saying I'm sorry. But I'm going to continue to shoot because that's the way it is. Just call that fortune. Jamie looking at that 13 ball. Well, not that fortunate. So Nelson Tool to the table. 6 ball is probably the obvious problem. Got 2 balls down there to bump that 6 if you need to. Bump that 8 out of the way. So you have some balls to work with down there. For me, I might have worked with that first, knowing that I had those other balls there, bailout balls if something went wrong. Like that. Shaking his head there. Try to just spin that 7 ball down the rail, and it does fall. So I'm not sure if he meant to play a safety there and just move that ball out and just leave Jamie the unfortunate to have to deal with the 8 ball at this angle. So I'd like to say, hey, Greg. Yeah, we're doing great out here today, buddy. Sitting here trying to get some matches in. Greg's one of our featured artists. We put him up as one of between matches sometimes. He pretty talented dude. We'll probably do a quick search for him. Hey, Greg, why don't you go ahead and post your links to your some of your music up there in the chat. Let some of our fans check you out. Look at that shot. Oh. I think that's game. I don't think he was calling it. Sorry, guys. Wasn't paying much mind there, but I don't think that's where he was calling it. So that's going to be 2 games apiece. I'd like to say thank you to the APA for having us out. The national office is sharing our stream today. We appreciate that. And thank you to Dave and Vicky Beatty. I often cover their events down at the Bank Shop Bar and Grill. Often have the regional events there. Thank you, Greg. Greg is also a pool player. We try to feature other artists and small business owners that are all pool players. It's one of our goals, take care of our family. do a search for Mob Cues or Money Shout Out Billiards, and check out Bill Hill. Specializes in cue repair, tip replacements, and such. If you're in the Baltimore, Maryland, Pennsylvania area, get in touch with him. He also has a clothing apparel line. You can reach out to him about getting a shirt. There's often some of the players, you'll see them out there with their mob gear. And if you want to be part of a team, reach on out to Bill Hill. Find out how you can get yourself a shirt. Now, Bill has some special invite-only events that are for mobsters only. It's one way to get an invite is to become part of his mob squad or mobsters. Shout out to all those mobsters out there that are watching today. Appreciate that.
If you're at your table and you do not have an opponent, sign your score sheet, start with your name, and bring it to the front desk so that you can advance to the next round.
We have, I believe, a mobster out here today. I think we have Sage Freeman. And I believe he's playing now. We'll try to get everyone an update. I know all of our mobsters want to know how Sage is doing out there, so we'll check on that. So it looked like there's a foul there, and it was okay to replace it. So it wasn't a foul, just incidental bump of a ball. So Jamie looking pretty comfortable right here. So we'll come on out there so you can shoot a stop shot on this 5. Probably going to go off the short round. Maybe back to the long round at the top there. Depends how he wants to play it. That's it, just like so. Play the 8 in that bottom left corner pocket as he's indicated. All right. So nice out there by Jamie. If you're new to our stream, please like us, share us, get the word out. We've been out here grinding for the last 9 months, covering regional tournaments, not just APA events, but also the DMV Amateur Tour. TTMD puts on some events out there at the Bank Shop Bar and Grill. We also cover events down at the Green Room in Baltimore. It's my home facility. We have some events coming up down there at the Green Room soon. I believe that's October 25th. Look forward to that. It's where they hold all the APA Maryland events for the triannuals and stuff and such, national qualifiers, etc. So nice tables, nice valley tables, well taken care of. Check them out. Oh, look at that shot. Wow. Nice shot there by Nelson Toole. That's one for the highlight reel. Good speed there by Jamie. All right, they go up 4-2 over Nelson. I was going ahead and concede that. So, yes, Jamie takes the 2-game lead, 4-2 over Nelson Toole. If you're just joining us, my name is Wayne Everhart. We are at the U.S. Amateur Preliminaries, Fairfax, Virginia, at the Revolution Darts and Billiards. The format today is Masters format, so the players are playing a mix of 8-ball and 9-ball. They started with 8-ball, so they played 5 games of 8-ball, and they could have played a max of 8 games of 9. They would have started with 9-ball first. So the way that works is whoever wins the leg of the flips gets to choose the game, the format, or take the break. And then from there, it's a race to 7. in that mixed in the mixed format 8 and 9 ball. If you're interested in Masters, if regular APA isn't your style of pool, you can always find a Masters League in your area. Go check out the APA website. Reach out to your local APA representatives, and they can tell you how to get on the Masters team.
Texas Roadhouse. We're trying to figure out where to go for
Real quick.
Safety play there by Jamie. Just wanted to send that one ball down onto the short rail, hide the cue ball. Pretty easy kick to hit. Want to kind of play this 2 rails. I believe you want to try to 1, 2, just like that. Nicely done. He pockets it. So this guy's a kicking champ. I've just seen 2 incredible kick shots. That one was nowhere near as difficult as the one where he went, was it 3 rails?
2 rails.
2 rails, but it was like a Z shot. Pretty crazy looking little shot there. Certainly one for the highlight reel there by Nelson.
You ever buy the mix of them at home? Oh, they're so
Also give a shout out to GandView Lawncare. Hunter Kelly just put his information up there in the chat. Any of your lawn care needs, just reach on out to him. He can take good care of you. Also a pool player. So Hunter tells me no job's too small, no job's too big. Just reach on out to him. He can take care of, starting to become that fall time of year. He can take care of that leaf removal for you. Leaf removal. When it gets around to the snowy time of the year, winter time, reach on out to him as well. They do snow removal. So Hunter Kelly. From GandView Lawncare. So Jamie kicking at the 5. Well, that's going to leave the 5 ball in a nifty little spot to bust out the 6 ball. Free up that 8 and 9. Oh, got to make the 5. Ouch. So Nelson, I'm sure, is disappointed. So this is a nice angle. Get back down the table for the 8. Probably end up coming back down on the top. Tried to do too much there. I think tried to spin it and come down on the, they go 3 rails, or excuse me, 2 rails. And didn't have to do that. I think all you had to do was just pocket with a little bit of follow. The cue ball would have went almost straight back down the table. And would have set up for the 8 in that top left corner pocket. So Jamie looking to go up 5-2. A little bit of a tester. All right, so 5-2 over Nelson Toole. Moving on to rack 8 in this race to 7. Safety play there by Jamie, trying to put that cue ball up behind the 2 ball there. It looks like Nelson's going to have access to the 1. Be able to hit it for sure. Was able to pocket it nicely in the side. Good shot there. Oh. Trying to do too much again. Running around that corner there and get back out towards the center of the table. Just missed that ball. Just giving himself an angle, get out for the 4. I think he was trying to spin it down the rail a little bit. That's what happens when you try to rely on the spin. So into a bit of a safety battle. So looking at the brackets, it looks like I've got Mr. Al Harrington as my next match. I'm familiar with Al. Al shoots out the green room and around the Baltimore area. Looking forward to that. Definitely a gentlemanly player. All right, so Nelson lined up that 4-ball. So as I was mentioning earlier, I'm super excited. We'll be heading over to the West Coast sometime soon, covering an event out there for Big Money Billiards. Super excited about that. I can't say enough how grateful I am from the support from Bernadette Diaz. She's just released her new clothing line. That's the Big Money Underground collection, #1. And in a little bit, we'll put a video up there of some of her folks wearing her gear from over there on the West Coast, San Diego. Again, I'm looking forward to heading out that way. And thank you for all the love that we've been receiving here at ThinkTech MD. Lots of opportunities for us to cover events these days. But very grateful for the opportunity to cover the USMs today. Just an incredible opportunity, and it's not lost on me. The honor. All right, so Nelson tool to the table. Again, if you're just joining us, these gentlemen are playing Masters format. Masters format, 8-ball and 9-ball. So what that meant was they played a race. They're playing a race to 7. The winner of the lag or flip had the choice of either choosing the format to start with or taking the break. If you choose 8-ball to start with, it's 5 games of 8-ball that you can play, and then you finish up with 9. If you start off with 9-ball, you have 8 games of 9 that you play before moving to 8-ball. So theoretically, if you start off with 9, you could put your opponent away if you win 7-0. Or 7-1 before moving the 8-ball. So there is a little bit of strategy. But what I was getting at is if regular APA isn't your thing and you like to try something a little bit more challenging, you'd always try the Masters out of the APA. Reach out to the local APA reps, find out how you can join a Masters team. So if you're not aware of about the U.S. Amateurs, you do not need to be an APA member to compete in the U.S. AMs. You just got to go and sign up. Pay your entry fee and get on out here. So ball in hand, scratch by Jamie. Nelson Toole to the table. Like to give a shout out to Nick Spriggs helping me out today. He's a sponsored player by ThinkTech MD. And he's helping me out in the chat rooms and in social media. Field any questions you guys may have. Also, we have Scott Wilburn helping me out today. If it wasn't for Scott, I probably wouldn't be here commentating today. Scott is pretty friendly with the folks here at Revolutions, Darts and Billiards in Fairfax. He was able to sort that out, and I'm very grateful for that. And then the final okay by the APA folks. So again, certainly very grateful for the opportunity. You can always check us out over at TTMD Billiard Streaming on Facebook. You can like us and follow us. Check out that way you can see whatever when we go live, other events that we're covering. If you're a pool fan. Started today about 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. You probably noticed at the bottom of our feed we have a number of forfeits today. I'm sure that's just a direct correlation to, just having to wear a mask and some people not really caring for having to wear a mask and some of the requirements for COVID, but it is what it is, You got to protect your fellow man and women and your family members and your pool family. So thank you for everybody getting out here, adhering to the rules, competing, and playing safely. It's important. Good try there by Nelson. It's going to give Jamie I would say probably a very easy out for him. He just needs to hit this ball probably just a little bit of right, go 2 rails. You could hit it with left, but I hit it with right, go over 2 rails. Oh, man, he hit that hard. Holy man, that flattened out off the rail. Maybe hit it with a little bit of low right instead of high right. I don't know. All right, so pockets the 9 and takes the match. 7 games to 1. So Jamie Brogdon over Nelson Toole. 7 games to 2. We'll be right back. All right, so thank you again to Bernadette Diaz and her team of tournament players out there from Big Money Billiards. And thank you for them reaching out to me to head on out that way and cover a couple of their streams in the next couple of months. I'm very excited about that. So we're just waiting for our next match. Again, we are on a schedule here. It isn't as if we're just going to fill the TV table right away. So there is a little bit of a delay. So we'll be right back in just a minute. Go grab yourself a drink, get yourself something to snack on, and we'll be right back. Again, my name is Wayne Everhart from ThinkTech MD. We are TTMD Billiard Streaming. right, again, thank you, Bernadette Diaz. Thank you for your underground gear. We'll go ahead and put a link in their chat so folks can reach you and find out how they can get their straight out of quarantine 2020 player shirt. So first, we're going to go ahead and put the big money tournaments group out there. You can request to be a member. It is a private group, but you can go ahead and request to be a member. They'll let you in. Put that in the chat. And let me go ahead and get Bernadette Diaz contact information up here for you. You can get in touch with her and get yourself your straight out of quarantine 2020 player shirt. It's going to be Bernadine Diaz. So, yeah, reach on out to Bernadine. Get your straight out of quarantine 2020 player shirt. Check out their gear. They have, looks like some face coverings, some bandanas, some gloves. Support our fellow players and small businesses out there. Show the love. All right, so we're just waiting on our next match. My name is Wayne Everhart from ThinkTech MD, and I'll be right back. So, folks, I know that we've had a lot of people watching the ticker today. We will get that updated at some point. A little stressful with the trying to get it caught up with some of the scoring with the tournament directors stuff because we just didn't have a smooth way to keep it rolling. But we will get it caught up, kind of like a report, and we'll put it up there. Just the live scoring bit's going to be a little troublesome at the moment, but we're going to do the best we can. And we'll be right back here in just a moment.
Colin Pavin, Corey Baker, table 20.
All right, guys, this is Nick Spriggs, sponsored TTMD pool player and Lambros player rep. Wayne had his match called, so I will be covering the match between Brian Diesenbach and Jimmy Coleman. It's going to be a race to 7. The winner of the flip or the lag decides whether they want to break or choose the game mode between 8 ball or 9 ball. If they choose 8 ball, they will play 5 games of 8 ball, 8 games of 9 ball, until there is a winner in a race to 7. These guys are getting a practice rack in each, and once they are ready to go, I will be back on the mic to call the match. All right, this match is set to kick off between Brian Dietzenbach and Jimmy Coleman as the players lag. It's looking like, I'm not sure who won that lag. Brian took the balls off too quick, but it seems like Brian picked the game and is going to pick 8 ball. Jimmy gets the break. And we're ready to fire off on our 5 o'clock rounds. As you may have heard over the PA, all the 5 o'clock rounds have been called. And we're moving right along. So again, this is Nick Spriggs. Wayne is in his match, so I'll be covering commentating. I'm pretty active in the chat, so if you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, I will be happy to answer them. So Jimmy pockets the 9s. Looks like he's playing with the stripes here. All right, sorry, getting the stream links posted out there. Jimmy looks to be on a good run here. Try to get position on this 15 ball. Doesn't seem to have the greatest of shape on this. So maybe he's going to try cutting this down the table. It looked like he tried just punching in that side pocket. So Brian comes to the table with the 6 and 7 ball, a little bit of trouble. I think he's going to elect to try and break this out now with this 4 ball. Oh, he missed the 4, but the 6 is going to fall. Regardless, he left Jimmy not happy. Whether Brian slapped that ball in or not, that's what they're talking about right now. Jimmy would have had to try to kick at this ball, or Brian keeps shooting. Personally, myself, if I was Jimmy, I wanted to come back to that table because Brian could very well run these racks. So Brian slow rolls that ball in the corner. Gives himself shape on that 1 ball. Just draw it back across for that 2. Just like that. You can play a stop shot on the 2. If he comes out enough for it. He might be a little off angle here. Yeah, I don't think he likes the angle he's on. This is where you kind of just stun this ball. He might want to slide this ball across table. It's not on much of an angle. You can see that it's pretty straight, but it's a slight angle, and anything he puts on that ball, it's going to pull him past that ball. Nope, just draw it over towards the side. Give yourself a shot on it. You didn't want to go into those balls there. And just a slow roll. Bring your cue ball back towards the side pocket. Play it back in the same pocket. Brian pockets the 8 and puts himself up 1-0 over Jimmy Coleman. So Brian with the break. Pockets 2 off the break. The ball's still moving. So he does have an open table. He did pocket a high and a low ball. Jerry, I'm not 100% sure. I think Brian played 1 round before this. I think this is 2nd round of winner side. I'm not 100% sure. So, Jerry, the bracket is posted behind me. I just walked back there and looked at it for you. This is the second round of the A side. I'm not sure what happened with Brian's first match or who he played, but he did win to be here. Whether or not it was a forfeit or not, I'm not 100% sure if he actually played. Not a problem, buddy. So Brian just giving courtesy and allowing the table next to him to shoot. That is what the delay was about. Just going to slow roll this 4 in there. Give himself a shot on the 6. Come back out for that 1. You want to be back out center table for this 1 so you can play the 8 in the corner. Just like that. Great shot, Brian. Makes it look easy on this run out. I'd imagine he's fairly straight on this 8. And Brian pockets the 8, goes up 2-0 over Jimmy. So Brian to break here. $15 falls in the corner. Giving him high balls. I'm curious if that 13 ball actually goes inside or not. I believe it will, from the angle he's at. That might be the main problem ball to get out of here. I believe his 12 does play down the table. The only issue would be is getting that 11 ball. Maybe he thinks about cheating this off of this 6 ball. He's eyeing it up right now, looking at the 11. It doesn't go anywhere, really. You need to make a hole for this. Oh, I think it might slide past that 5. I couldn't see that from this angle, but switching to break, I think it does go. These pockets are big.
Tell what's all that is.
I'll go like this. I really can't see. It's scary looking. I know.
That's the truth.
I wouldn't lie about something like that. I got a good pass. There's a clown big I can get something like that. With a big smile on it. And it actually sits perfect. The right nose is right here.
So Brian's having a little bit of trouble here trying to reach this ball. He knows what he wants to do, just he couldn't get the angle he needed on it. He just couldn't get comfortable with that shot. He was thinking long and hard about that. I'm curious if a bridge would have helped him there. Jimmy's thinking over about how he wants to run this table. He knows he doesn't want to leave Brian a shot if he does happen to get back to the table. And he misses the 4 ball, giving Brian a 3 ball out here. So if you're Brian here, you want to bring this ball back either between the 2 and the 4 or back towards the side pocket, center table. Goes with the first option between the 2 and the 4. Bring yourself around to either try to play it in the side or just shoot it past that 1 ball into the corner pocket. Again, either between the 2 and 4 or spin it past it with low right, spin it around the table. A little high on this ball. He wanted to be lower. So he calls it in the top left corner from this angle. And he just fires it in. Brian's going to jump ahead 3-0. Meaning going in the 9 ball, he's at least going to have a 1-game advantage. Brian with the break again. He's got a pretty solid break. Oh, that cue ball went flying. So Jimmy comes to the table with ball in hand in the kitchen. We are playing APA rules here. If you scratch on the break, it is behind the line. So it looks like he's going to elect to play low balls here. Sid makes a 2 on the side. Came out a little bit higher than he wanted to be on this. He wanted to be a little more straight so he could roll that cue ball to get to the 1. Oh, now he just tried doing a little too much to get on the 1. Luckily enough for him, Brian's got a ball up on the end with the 8 ball. Keeping his options to run out this rack a little less. He's got to get a shape on that ball. Brian really thinking over how he gets to this ball. It's not in a pretty spot by any means. So it looks to me like Brian's going to be playing safe. Maybe they're questioning would hit a rail or not. He was playing safe to get ball in hand to try to get this ball out of the top. So I'm not sure that he got there. I think that 3-ball might be visible. Oh, we can see even more. So Jimmy just plays safe on the 5-ball. Just touching the ball, making a good hit. So Brian comes back to the table still with that ball in a troublesome spot. I think we're just going to see a bunch of safes here just to push balls around the table until Brian feels comfortable enough to shoot at that ball. Or maybe he's hoping Jimmy breaks it out for him. Oh, Brian might get a shot here. That's why you play the safes, ladies and gentlemen. Not necessarily for ball in hand every time, but if you have a trouble ball, let your opponent keep hitting balls, and if they get your ball out of the way for you by missing a shot like that, you might have an opportunity to get yourself out of this rack. Now the 8-ball still doesn't go anywhere, but now Brian has options. So Brian gets that trouble ball out of the way, leaving the 8-ball stuck in that corner by itself. So again, Brian's stuck thinking how he's going to get out of this rack. That 8-ball's no gimme. It's not fun. It's in a bad spot. Only way I see this ball going anywhere, it's going to take some effort. Especially in the position that it's in right now. So now it looks like Brian's trying to get balls down here. I think he was trying to put it more down towards that 7-ball so he could use that 14 to break the 8 out. I think he got it on the wrong side. So I'm not sure if Jimmy was trying to make that ball or not. I think this is just going to be a safe battle for a little bit until that 8-ball comes out. Nobody wants to go anywhere near it right now. And if you're Jimmy, you don't want to move those balls because Brian can run out at any second. That's why Brian just keeps touching things. No point in making the ball if you can't get out. So Jimmy pockets a ball for Brian, unintentionally. So Brian moves the 8-ball into a not much of a better spot, but now it does bank. If you're Jimmy here, you gotta really hunker down. Keep playing safe. you control that 8 ball right now, so leaving that 7 ball there, yes, it's important, but you also need that 8 ball out of the way to make the 7. So you got to pick and choose how you want to break this out. Looks like he's just going to put another ball up there. Looks like it got in the path of the 8 ball bank. That's a good shot. That 1 ball got in a great spot. So again, playing safe. Doing what you got to do to prolong this rack until you have the opportunity to run. This is a tough table for Jimmy. I mean, you have to play defensive to hide that 8 ball from Brian. But Brian's not going to make his balls till that 8 ball comes out. So he's going to keep leaving you safe until he has an opportunity to run. And that 8 ball just squeaked out enough. Whether or not Brian can see a ball and make it here, he's blocking the camera. Looks like he's just going to play safe again. Try to lock him behind that 13. He got him there too. It's a good shot by Brian. He may be able to see that 1. Oh. He's got him edged. That was a good try. Oh, it's going to nudge the 8 ball out even more. So now, Brian's played this safe game for who knows how many shots to give himself the opportunity to run. He was just waiting for that hole to open up. Sometimes it's just about the game of patience. Now, Brian just hit the 6 ball with his hand as he went down the bridge. That's why you play safe games. That is the main reason. Whether you can make the ball or not, sometimes you don't need to. Because Brian leaving those 3 balls on the table just won him that rack. Brian jumps out to a very early 4-0 lead over Jimmy Coleman. This is the last rack of 8 ball, and then we will move on to 9 ball, in which they have 8 racks to play. Apologize about that, folks. They were over the PA, and I didn't want to deafen anybody. So Jimmy's got some work to do. He's got himself in a 4-0 hole. Not out of it yet. It looks like he tied that 5 ball up there with the 6. Not what he wanted to do. He's got to play the 3-7 combo here. Jimmy's on a nice little run here. Just follow this ball up to that first diamond up there. So you can play the 6 in the opposite corner. Got himself a little off angle here. There's no good safe here either. Brian's got a wide open table. That's a great shot by Jimmy. Fantastic shot. So it looks like Jimmy Coleman's on a little bit of a roll here. It's a little off angle on this 5 ball yet again. But the way he fired in that 6 ball, I'd shoot this the same exact way. Same confidence. Just put it in the hole. All I'd be telling myself right now is just make the ball. How's it going, Melissa? Glad you could be joining us tonight. Great shot. That was fantastic. Got himself perfect on that 8 ball in the side pocket. So Jimmy gets himself on the board and makes it 4-1 the opposite way. Brian leads 4-1, and we are now switching to 9 ball. So Jimmy's going to come in the 9 ball with the break. The way he just shot that rack, I think keep that moving in the 9 ball, you can break and run a couple racks here. So Jimmy Coleman to the table to break. And a great break he has too, wow. 1 ball is down. 4 ball is down. That was a great spread too. Just focus on pocketing this 2 ball. Don't do too much. Oh, that's unfortunate for Jimmy. It's going to put this 3 ball right in the pocket for Brian. Thank you for the kind words, Patricia. This is Nick Spriggs, not Wayne Everhart. Wayne is currently shooting a match right now. But for those of you that do not know me, I am Nick Spriggs, sponsored pool player for TTMD. Also a representative of Mike Lambros at Lambros Q's, one of Wayne's personal sponsors. Big shout out to everybody coming hanging out. Our West Coast team. Brian's putting on a good show here. Brian's got a pretty solid Doge stroke. Seen him shoot in a couple tournaments. So Brian's looking to jump out 5-1. Apologize about that. Had a little bit of a sponsor banner issue. I appreciate it, Patricia. I try my best. So Brian doesn't give himself the best positioning. Yeah, he wasn't happy with the lead from the beginning. This is where Jimmy can capitalize. Brian's going to concede and give Jimmy this rack. Jimmy needs to take advantage of the frustration that that Brian is dealing with here. The lead has shrunk. Jimmy's here fighting. Thanks for the support from our guys out in San Diego. Again, another great break. Drops 2 balls. Leaves himself a shot on that 2 ball. I believe it does go. That it does. Another solid break from Jimmy. Great shot there. Gives himself nice positioning on that 3 ball. Not the side he wanted to be on, but he didn't have much of an option here. He's jacking up on this ball, playing low. He might try putting it past the 9 and coming back to center table. I don't know that I would try juicing this ball a little too much. I'd kind of just roll this ball in and take it as I get it. Yeah, so he elects to just put this ball in the pocket, give himself the longer shot on the 4. He doesn't have a terrible angle on it, so this is just a slow roll ball. Oh, he punched it. So Brian's back to the table again here with a favorable table. Jimmy did most of the work already. Brian's going to elect to shoot the 7 ball the full table. Not much of the angle that he wanted. Makes it look easy. Brian makes the 8, giving himself position on this 9 ball. And he goes up 5-2. I will be right back. I need to get myself something to drink. All right, and I am back. Jimmy looks to be on a good run here. That was a nice shot on the 1 ball as I came back, which he pocketed 2 balls. Draws the entire table. That was a great stroke there. And it looks like he left himself straight in on this ball. Not the angle he wanted to get back on the 6. Yeah, he just tried forcing it to get on that 6 ball. And it's going to leave Brian the wide open table with the 5 ball on the side that he needs it on already. Brian makes the 5, gets great shape on the 6. Just pushing it into the side rail here. Bring the cue ball back out the center. Going to give himself a lot more of an angle than he wanted on it. Still a manageable position. Oh my goodness, Brian. He underhit it. He underhit it, put the cue ball behind the 9. Everything went wrong on that shot. Still not pretty for Jimmy. He's going to go full table. Back down for the 9. How's he going to sit? Hold ball. Puts himself all the way back down. These tables are moving. Just when you think Jimmy got himself a break, with Brian missing that 7 in the side, it just gets harder. So it looks like Jimmy was trying to play it safe here and lock it down on the bottom rail, but it bounces out. Great cut by Brian. Hold cue ball. Whew. Just catches the point. So Brian puts himself on the hill first. Going up 6-2. So Brian to break on the hill. The only place you want to be when you're on the hill is breaking. And he breaks dry. I'm all right. I'm shocked that 4 ball just fell. Sorry, I had a person come up and talk to me. These pockets are very forgiving today. So he's going to give himself the angle to potentially get out of this rack. He goes to the bottom rail. Doesn't come back to where he wanted it. So Jimmy's trying to stay alive with a great shot on the 6-ball. The cue traveled a little further than he wanted it to. A nice cut. Brings himself out for the 8. Just put a nice smooth stroke on this ball, make the 8. Go into that bottom rail and come back out the center table. Goes 2 rails, comes back out center table. And it looks like he's going to go 6-3 against Brian. So Jimmy brings it in closer and is now behind 6-3. So for those of you just joining us, this is Nick Spriggs, sponsored TTMD pool player. Also a player representative for Lambros Q's. Wayne Everhart, the man behind everything, is currently in a match. So I am covering the stream duties. We are at the U.S. Preliminary, or excuse me, the U.S. Amateurs Preliminaries in Fairfax, Virginia, at Revolution Darts and Billiards. Playing on 9-foot Brunswicks with brand new cloth, and they're playing like ice. I played my first match today at 11 a.m. and lost on a TV table. And then I've been sitting and waiting for my next round, which will be coming up in the next 2.5 hours or so. 8 o'clock is when I am scheduled to play. But until then, I am here commentating while Wayne is in his match. Brian breaks up the jump cue almost halfway across the table. He's going to try jumping at this 1 ball. And he does jump it. Makes contact. The 1 ball's still rolling. It looks like it's going to go in the corner, and it does. Not the way you want it, but you'll take it. So Brian left himself a shot on this 2 ball after the jump. And he rattles it. 2 ball's going to lock up on this cue, though. Oh, if you're Jimmy, that's heartbreaking. Brian's not one that misses a whole lot, but when he does, you hope to get back to the table and have a good shot. It's a little demoralizing when Brian does miss and you come back to the table without one. So it looks like Jimmy may try playing safe here. He got a good one. That's a great shot. Looks like Brian's going to come back to the table with this jump cue, maybe. I saw him reach for it as he went to the table. I guess he put it back down. Great kick by Brian. He's going to get this cue ball to jump back down here with his 9. So Jimmy to the table, still fighting, still alive. Much like I was earlier, stuck in the 6-3 hole.
My mother wouldn't be able to figure it out.
Jimmy with a good stroke, just enough speed to pocket that 2 ball. He did hit rail first, and it did manage to fall. As I've been mentioning, these pockets are very forgiving. Larger pockets than a lot of us are used to. A great cut by Jimmy to cut that 4 on the side. He's going to leave himself either straight in on this 5 or a cut on the 5 on the side. You just don't want to do too much. A couple of these shots he's rattled. Oh, is he going to hide himself? I think he came out enough for it. So you just want to roll this ball in, bring the cue center table again. Issue here for Jimmy is he makes this 7. He's going to have to play the 8 to get on the 9. 9 ball sitting on the bottom rail. Nice shot. Just a natural angle now. Great shot. Beautiful cue ball positioning there. So Jimmy's still much alive here, fighting to bring himself back into it. Cuts the deficit to 2. Brian needs 1 and is on the hill, and Jimmy needs 3. So Brian at the table. Stretches for the 2 ball here. Looks like he's going to try drawing out to get down to the 3. Push the 7 ball over. I'm curious what the call is here. What happened? Oh, I watched it back on the replay. So Brian left his stick there and was watching the 7 ball and did not see the cue rolling towards his stick and hit his stick, giving Jimmy ball in hand, and this is where you take advantage. It was a simple mistake by Brian. Didn't realize it. So Jimmy is left with the decision to how to get to the 6 ball, where he wants to play it. Maybe draw into the 7. Yep, just like that. He's not making life much easier on himself here.
So if I go to what's on mine, I hit live.
Great shot. Ooh, he got on that 7 too and just rattled the 6. Little scoring update from Wayne Everhart's match. I was just notified that he is now into 9 ball and is down 3-2 against Al Cannington. He's playing a couple tables over. I can see him in the middle of the room. Great shot by Brian there. The 6 ball rattled and almost didn't fall. So to me, it looked like Brian was just playing safe. He did well by putting the cue on the 8, leaving him stuck over top of it on a full, almost 6-foot shot. If you think about it. And it's going to leave Brian straight in on the 7 ball. Looks like he's going to be arced over the 8 as well. So Brian not arced over the 8. Banks the 7 ball straight back accidentally as he waves to Jimmy, apologizing for slopping the ball in, but doesn't leave himself very favorable in this 8 either. Oh, it looked like he was just trying to cut it and did not make contact, giving Jimmy ball in hand on the 8 and 9 ball. Jimmy could pull within 1 here, and it's not a position that you want to be in if you're Brian. Jimmy's here to play. And is knocking on the doorstep of Brian. He just pulled within 1 game. Brian is on the hill. Jimmy needs 2. Brian, these are 9-foot Brunswicks with Simonis 860 on them. They're playing like you're walking on ice. The cue ball is flying. I've had a couple shots today on this exact table I played earlier. I tried playing a couple saves and the cue ball just kept rolling. I hit it good. The balls rolled where they needed to be and then just kept going. So Jimmy has a monster break again. Dude's got one heck of a break. He pockets 2 every time. And he misses the 1 ball off the break, giving Brian this table. Melissa, I'm not 100% sure what their skill levels are, as this is just an open amateur event. I'm sure they are APA rated, but this does not go off of ratings. It's just a single race to 7. I'd imagine that Brian is a 7-9 because I've known him for a little bit. He shoots pretty good pool. Very, very strong. If I'm a 7-9, then I'd imagine he'd be a 7-9, as he's just putting on a show, running rags. Thank you, Will, for the update. Jimmy is also a 7.
But admittedly, you were really concentrating on the top three, right? Yeah. Yeah. Most people, so back to first.
And it's looking like Brian's going to try to put this one away here. Doesn't put himself where he wants to be on this 8. He's going to have to think about this one for a second. So Brian doing the best he can, shooting off the rail there. Just gets the cue out back to the center table the best he can. Give himself an angle to cut this ball in this bottom left corner. That was a great shot to win the set. Great shooting, Brian and Jimmy. Jimmy fought hard and almost came back and won this match. So that's the end of this match. We're going to sit around and wait for this next round, and we will be right back. So just to give you guys a little update here, these matches are ran on a schedule. So our next scheduled matches are for 6:30. Unfortunately, Brian's match went rather quickly because there were two pretty skilled players. So we're going to just hang around and wait for our next match here. We'll be right back. All right, so as you may have heard over the PA that we have matches coming up on this table. I will have the score sheet here in a second, and I will get everything ready to go. So the official start time is not until 6:30. At 6:30, sudden death will be called, whatever you want to call it. They'll have a 15-minute grace period. So 6:45, if there's no opponent, Sterling French will, in the end, forfeit. But they decided to start the rounds early, so they still have to wait until 6:45 to decide whether or not they forfeit this person out or not. So as we wait, we're watching Tom Moran hit some balls around, waiting to see if Sterling French shows up. So they just called the final 15-minute warning for Sterling French. He seems to not be in the building. They've called over his name a couple times. So this is our TV table match. We're waiting to find out if he's going to show up or not. So stand by with us. Bear with us. Not much we can really do but sit and wait.
All right, so I'm back. Just finished up my match against Al Carrington. Canning? Al Canning? Yeah. Kennington, that's it, Al Kennington. And Al's a heck of a guy, real gentleman. Lost 7-4, but felt good the whole way. Just the way it is sometimes. So looking forward to the B-side. And wish Al the best on the rest of the way out. So we're just waiting. It looks like we might end up having a forfeit here, unfortunately. And so because we are on a match schedule and they are assigned tables, we might have a little bit of dead time. So I'm sure they're going to try to get somebody on here quick as they can. The good news tonight sounds like they're going to try to finish the ladies event this evening, which is kind of good news if you're one of the ladies out here. Get done tonight in one day. But trying to figure out what's going on. I'll be right back. So thank you, everybody, for hanging out and staying with us. My name is Wayne Everhart from ThinkTech MD. And I'll be right back in just a moment. All right, so thank you to Bernadine Diaz and supporting and all her players that support our stream. Been watching all day. How we do appreciate it. And that's what it's all about, coming out here and grinding all these weekends to try to get out the sport. And for those folks that are stuck inside and can't enjoy, this is for you. So next up, we're going to go ahead. It looks like we're still waiting, so I'm going to go ahead and give a shout out again to the Big Money Gear. We're going to go ahead and get their video going here. And at the end of the video, I'll go ahead and put up some links so people can get in touch and order their gear. So here it is. Big Money Billiards Underground Collection #1. All right, again, a shout out to Bernadine Diaz and all of her players and her ambassadors that support us, have been supporting us for the last several streams, in fact. So it doesn't go unnoticed and it doesn't go unappreciated. We love you and appreciate it. So still waiting for the next match, and we'll be right back. And I have a couple more things we're going to put up. I have some videos from live on the live on the fly. Anthony Munoz. We're going to get some of his stuff going here shortly. And so again, hang tight. And we'll be right back soon. All right, so we got a match about ready to start. We're going to have Tom Moran versus Ray Walters. Ray, also known as Rayman, around this neck of the woods, has a pro shop, and certainly known amongst all the locals here. Oh, thank you, Corey. We do appreciate that. We strive to do better each and every time. To be fair with some of the other streamers out there, sometimes where you go depends on how the quality of the stream might turn out. But we do appreciate that. We work really hard, and we do try to give as professional as we can, as professional of a service as we can, and we take the opportunity, and we take the opportunities very serious. And you'll never hear us horsing around on the mic. And so please keep joining us. We do appreciate each and every one of you. All right, so folks, if you're watching, go ahead and start sharing the stream. Let's get some more interest. Sometimes you just need to reshare it out there, get some more people join the stream. All right, so this will be Tom Moran to break. This is a race to 7, starting with 8 ball. They'll play 5 racks 8 ball. So Ray to the table. Like he's liking the. He's gonna like the. He's gonna like everything but the 7. I think that's gonna be his problem here. Sorry, I got a little distracted there for just a minute. So the 7-4, clear problem. All right.